Please pardon me, I am getting things set up. I'm not using the countdown timer at the moment due to the fact that the countdown timer on my streams is getting copy claimed. So admittedly, it's not a lot of money right now, but until I clip out the countdown timer on the replay, I'm not eligible for monetization, which is really annoying. All right, so I'm just making sure everything else is set up while I don't have the countdown timer running. All right. That's why it's doing that. Helps if I refresh the page before I open the stream on Rumble. Otherwise, I get the wrong stream. Okay, all right. So it looks like we are good. So I am going to go ahead and switch back to here. Thank you for your patience. Hey, Philip Martin. Good to see you on. Hello, Ashley Hempel. I believe I've seen you on before, so welcome back. And Gwen, as always, it's nice to see you. And David Nelson, good to see you as well. Apparently I have like 4 people watching, but it's telling me I've got 2. Oh, there it goes. It's just slow on updating on StreamYard, looks like. All right, so looks like I think I've got everything going here. Looks like it's good on the YouTube back end. All right. Gonna take out my earpiece because I don't think I haven't sent the link to anybody, so shouldn't have anybody coming in. All right, let me make the that full screen for a second. That does not look like that is in focus. All right. Nope, that is the absolute wrong thing to adjust. All right. And I think that's about as good as I can get on focus. I do apologize. I was kind of running out of time here, but hey, Summer Butterfly, welcome. Nice to see you on. I want to get started on here because about 5 o'clock, I'm going to have to stop and, get ready for dinner for my roommate. My wife is going to a church chili cook-off. All right, looks like we are okay. Let me see if I get a little more brightness on the. Let's see. All right. Yep. Okay, that looks a little better now. We are currently at 32 tama, and I've got 68 to go. Let's see if we can't get this done. Okay, let's get a tama prepped here, and one over here. So yesterday was I don't feel quite right day, which is really annoying for me. So I'm going to go ahead and try and be very productive over this weekend. Hey, welcome, Jirai's, or JLRays0313. Nice to see you on. I believe I've seen you before, so welcome back. And I think I found a better Godzilla design that I'm going to try and do. Excuse me. It's got him doing his breath attack. So, sorry about coughing. All right, so let's see. It's feeling a little bit resisted, but the comforter is doing that. Let's pull that back a little bit. I think we've decided we're going to go ahead and switch out the water mattress to a couple of smaller conventional mattresses. We don't want to put the weight on the floor up here upstairs. All right, so one of these is not one in place. All right, so which one is it? All right, so that's that one there, which is... Okay, so that wrapped around the base. And So that one's there. Let's go ahead. That one should be there. All right, so that one's there. See, that one's down here. This one. Don't wrap around the yellow, that would be bad. Pardon me, I really should have taken care of this before, but like I said, I wasn't feeling all that great creative space-wise, or just in general, yesterday, which is when I probably should have done this. Okay, that's so that one is fine up there. Yeah, this one can. Let's see. It's a little hard to see all the thin lines. Hopefully that one should be fine there. All right, let's cross our fingers and hope this one works. Make sure the ends are where they're supposed to be. All right. Apologize for the slow start here. Just pull these a little more even on the ends. Apparently the window's open and the breeze is going outside. It's not bad temperature-wise, but I just have to be aware that it might be causing a little bit of extra sound. Oops, looks like a couple here. Oh, they're all together. Okay. Much better. Yeah, it's flowing freely now, or pulling freely. All right. And first knot is in place. That's good. And a couple more tie-offs. It should be good to go with this one. So, if you are interested in the Taking Care of Maya trial, not legal advice. Long Lumber's recaps have been pretty good. They are kind of depressing to listen to, but good coverage. And I really like that the jury is able to ask questions. And I also like that even though they don't get to where they can ask the questions, or some of the questions are not getting asked to the law enforcement in the case, it's obvious from the questions that the juror, who is retired law enforcement, is aware of how, I guess you'd say, slanted or selectively emphasized answers are being given, and I think they will be provided with their appropriate weight. There we go. But my personal interpretation of the way the questions were asked is the former law enforcement officer is basically saying, I know you're skirting as close to the edge of the law as you possibly can. Are you admitting it or not? But yeah, I think based off of the answers they got, it's going to be pretty much, yeah, you're not really. Rats. Looks like I got to run this one back out too. Some must have fallen off somewhere. Let me pull this up even with the rest of them. Tie it off as well. That's what I get for trying to talk and tie off at the same time. All right, so, okay, that does look good. I mean, it does look like I've got it out here, not that it's really looking good. It'd be much better if it actually. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time concentrating at the moment. Not your folks' fault, it's all my fault. There we go. All right, so at least that's together there. Let's walk this back again and get back to the flag point. See if I can't add this one in. See if I can peel it apart if I have to put a new one on. Yeah, I think new one's probably the easier option. There we go. All right, now let's try to walk this back. All right, so, yep, looks like it's hanging properly now. And there's another one I've missed. Okay. I'm not too happy with this. Did pull off, and I just didn't notice. No, okay. So I missed two of them. Not that auspicious of a start. But let's see if we can't put this in our taillights once I get this resolved. And you know what? All right, so I have enough. I have them all here. I am simply going to. I'm not going to try and tie in yet another one. I'm just going to go ahead and clean up the ends and retie the knot. Okay. Snip there. See if they come off relatively easily. Do not put a bunch of soap threads on the painter's tape I used to hold down the tama while I'm tying it off. That will interfere with the effectiveness of the tama, or of the tape for the tama. Okay, and single one I tied off doesn't want to go with the rest of them. Let's. There we go. All right, take 3. We can fix this in post-production, right? What do you mean it's live? Oh no. All right, F it, we'll do it live. Sorry, it's been that kind of weekend. Great. And a 1. And 2. At least it's tying off nice this time around. And 3. And 1 more for 4. And go. Set it up so it doesn't fall off as I'm doing this. But I gotta tie off a flag yet again. Not that that's a big deal. All right, and I'm just, before I, okay. There is an extra thread hanging off. Where is it coming from? All right, so still had one that didn't get tied off. I don't know why I'm having such an issue with this, but this one, okay. All right. Since I have enough of the tail on here, let's try a different method of tying this off. This won't keep it from coming undone if there's a significant pull on here, but considering 11 of them are tied off properly. All right. I do not see one hanging. All right, okay, I think I've got them all this time, but I'm going to walk all the way back just to be on the safe side. Okay, I see none of them hanging off by themselves to indicate that they didn't get cut. So let's walk this back once more and put a proper flag on it. And then get this thing in place so I can stop worrying about it, and the rest of this stream will be absolutely balloons and kittens and bubblegum. Gotta take the scissors back with me. They don't work so well when they're at the other end of the thread. There's the midway point, and back here. Taking a look back, everything looks like it's nice and even tension. Nothing's appreciably hanging off. And let's go ahead and place that there. And snip. All right, we are getting close. And pass this on through. Bring this over. Yep, you can see what I'm doing over here. All right. All right. Let's get this puppy tied off properly. I do apologize for not keeping up with the chat, but I want to get this fixed, because if I don't get it fixed and something else happens wrong, I'll feel like if I had tied it off or gotten it all the way in, it wouldn't have happened that way. And I want to make myself feel like that. And that's one. And two. And three. And four. There we go. Put that back over there. Go ahead and roll this up. Make sure it doesn't snag on anything while I'm doing that. And I also realized something else I forgot. Let me see if I can take a moment and find a spray water bottle after I get this one in. See if that'll help with the static. All right. At least I'm not seeing any single threads on the floor or hanging off anything, so hopefully I've got that resolved. And all right, box head knot there. I'm gonna shorten this one up real quick while I've got it here, and hopefully that will make it a little bit easier. Yep, there we go. And that should be enough there. And okay, let's put this one on its proper spot. And drops down behind. And then under the first, over the second, under the third, over the fourth, under the fifth, over the sixth, under the seventh, over the eighth, and under the ninth. Sounds like the motorcycles are driving along outside on their usual, let's be extra loud. Well, yeah, moderately loud. In a residential neighborhood where the speed limit is 25. All right. There we go. And let's catch up with chat. I apologize for being so late on this. Alrighty. Okay. Is yours Atomic Fire? If not, I think it's probably a bit different, and I don't think pepper spices count for atomic in this category. Hey, Amika fan, nice to see you on. Welcome back to the stream. Good morning, Cookiemon Steve. Yep, things to do today. Thank you very much, Gwen. Catch it. Okay, there we go. For some reason, it wasn't scrolling down in the chats. I should also check the YouTube because I've been seeing several other people having issues with StreamYard, though I haven't been having them that I can tell. Yes, admittedly, I am not a probable cause law enforcement officer, but yeah, there are ways of stating things that aren't actually outright lies, but are very misleading and makes me uncomfortable when I see it being used that way. I think so, but there's a lot of issues of law that they may or may not be able to actually decide on. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not aware of all of that. And most of the lawyers I know, even when they say, this is how something should work, that's not always the way how it does. All right, so cut up here. I am going to see if I can't find a spray bottle for some water so I can kind of like mist the cones down a little bit and maybe hopefully get a little less of an issue with static separation. I'll be right back. Let me put on some semi-unpleasant hold music or whatever. While I do that, I think night music has been relatively inoffensive. And let me turn the volume down so it doesn't blast your ears. Apparently, did not actually get my ears turned on properly. Okay, now I can hear what's going on. So, like I said, I shall return as soon as I can. If I can't find one right away, I'll just come back up and we'll deal with it as it is. And I am back. I'll save you from the hold music. There we go, back to comments. And I have successfully acquired a kind of bluish jewel tone faceted bottle type thingy, and it has water in it. I'm not going to overload it right now. I can always add more, but it's hard to add less unless you wait a fair amount of time for it to dry out. All right. So we are going to do yellow next. It feels like it's got a little bit of resistance on it. I think some of the threads bunched up while I was repositioning it, but it's pulling out nice now. I'm feeling much better about this. Alrighty. That'll take like maybe 1 or 2 tama before I have an idea of where I'm at. 1 or 2 or 4 tama, because I'm doing them 2 at a time. Alrighty. Let's make sure I don't see any frig hanging or lying on the floor, so I should have all 12 of them. Alrighty. There's not one. And not 2. Not 3. And not 4. And let's swap this one back. Alright, grab a flag here. Stand exactly over the tape spot on the floor and match the tape flag, same spot. Alright. And needs to be on all of the threads. A flatter angle seems to work better for that. Nice clean cut. Bring that on through. And the reasons I'm thinking of switching bed mattresses is the waterbed one is currently so underfilled that when I lie on it by myself, which I do most nights because my wife works a night shift, my back is actually lying on the board of the base. And after about 4 or 5 hours, my back starts hurting, which wakes me up. So switching over to a semi-conventional mattress is going to be hopefully a definite plus. I just got to find some place that I can get them. It's not too difficult. And since we're upstairs with a relatively narrow stairway, having like 2 twin mattresses to put in the frame will make it a lot easier than trying to get a king size up here. Alrighty, let's roll this one up. And don't have it wrapped around the flags because they can snag there. All right. Tension looks good. I don't see. And I hate when I do that. A, because it's annoying to roll things back up after you've already rolled them up once. And 2, because it's noisy downstairs. And I don't like to be rude to the other people in the house. All right. Let's try this again. All righty. the right spot to tie this one off. And let's see where we are. Okay, almost sitting on the mouse, at least didn't cause it to fall to the floor. Okay, so drop it from the top behind, then pull up from underneath. So we are under the first, over the second, under the third, over the fourth, under the fifth, over the sixth, under the seventh, over the eighth, and under the ninth, which means we are now at 36 tama. We have added 4 in half an hour, which is really slow. I apologize for that. Now, ready? Take the oldest flag off, which would be this one. There we go. Fun part is getting the sticky bit off of my hand, or fingertips, so it'll fall off. And there go the motorcycles again. I'm going to catch up on the chat real quick. I'm just using tap water. The amount I'm using is fairly minimal, so I'm hoping that it's not going to be an issue. Plus, before I send them out, I like to wash them with like either a very small amount of dish soap or like a general fabric detergent by hand, and then thoroughly rinse them out and let them dry. But I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of like mineral buildup for the amount I'm going to be spraying. All right, so we are going to do green next. Let's see, this has still got some of the old leader on it. Let me cut that off. And the key thing is to like try and cut through the knot without actually cutting the leader, which I have sometimes failed to do, but I think I'm okay on this one. That one's good. And part of the reason I wasn't able to get an earlier start today is because I had a haircut done, which, since I'm going to be doing election day duties in about a couple of weeks, I figured I should look professional and nice in the position. All right, so a little bit of wiggly bit, but not too much. Still some kind of separation, but that just might be to differing resistances on the cones, but not a major one. But it's definitely not worse, regardless. All right, let's get this one through here. And first knot is tied, looks nice and good. Decent size, but not excessively long tail. 2 and 3 and one more, and I put the flag on. There we go. Let's walk this one back. Alrighty. Let's put the flag on here. Flag on, flag off. Which sounds like kind of a medieval Renaissance argument over a glass and an insult. There we go. And nice clean cut there. Yeah, still getting a fair amount of, looks like static separation at different points on here. And I mean, I don't want them to be overly wet as I'm doing it. Not that I'm aware of silk having an issue being wet as far as like, you know, stretching or anything like that. At least not unless the water is really, really hot. I know they use hot water to essentially degum the threads from the cocoons. All right, there's one. And two. That looked a bit odd. Hopefully I didn't screw up the tensioning there, but yeah, as I understand it, the nominally the cocoons are all a single thread, so they soften up the bonding agent. I don't remember exactly what the name of it is, and then they essentially unreel them and combine a bunch of them together. And then when the binding agent hardens back up again, you have a single reasonably sized thread instead of the very, very thin threads. They're threads that make up the thread that makes up the cocoon. And the kind of gloss it gets is from, looks like I had a little bit of, I don't know if that's the, might be pulling from the other end where it's a little uneven. It looks like I might have a bit of a even tensioning issue on this one. If necessary, I can unroll each end and retension them. All right. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't look bad once I freed up the other end from where it had a little bit of a snag going on, so I think I'm okay. Won't need to unroll them, but yeah, I'm not seeing the, it was just some resistance along the way. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and shorten this one up a little bit here. And there we go. Pull this up a little bit more. Yeah, that should be enough. This will put us at like 38. Okay. And then on the one over there. Yeah, flag needs to be on that side. Okay, so we drop it behind the back and then up from the bottom. So it's under 1, over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, and over 10. Alrighty. If the wind noise starts bothering people, let me know and I'll close the window. Temperature's okay here, so if it's a little warmer, it's not going to bother me at all. All right, flags even with the rest. Let's kind of center this over a bit more since they're going to be over on this side. In general, take off the oldest flag, which would be number 4. There we go. And okay. See if there's anything that needs to be chatted on. That's very kind of you to welcome people as they come in, Gwen. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay. I I should not be yawning. That sounds very interesting. I don't know if I have the skill for that. I know people tell me that I'm impressive for being able to do the tie-offs that I do on here and the braiding, but I'm not sure I'd be able to properly set up a silk reeling operation from cocoons. But I have seen people do it with a crock pot and a big winding wheel. All right, so yellow is next. And that will put us up to 40. All right, let's stage everything. All right. So I'm going to let it go. I'm going to do the screen one on the next yellow one. If it's not moderately improved, I'll probably mist it down again at that point. All right, a couple wraps around the finger just to make sure nothing pulls free. Nice even pulling, though a little bit of resistance and still a bit of separation. Yeah. I think I'll just go ahead and mist it after this one. Nice clean first knot. There we go. I think I slid the tail a little bit short for what I wanted there, but two. I think I got enough that it's not going to be an issue. And 3. And one more, and I'll start walking this one back. The fact that you folks can hear me when I'm like about 15 feet away from the microphone is just really impresses me on the quality of the microphone for the amount I paid for it. I did go for a model that I'd seen some other YouTubers use where their sound sounded relatively decent. I figured that's at least a reasonable starting point. And there we go. I will say it's gotten much easier to do a stream, or not stream, do a stream with less stressful planning when I already have the streaming set up here. And yeah, I'm gonna miss these. I don't even want to stay together. All right, so there we go. Oops, looks like one is hanging a bit loose. I will pull that back and trim off the excess little bit that's hanging down. Looks like there's another one hanging here. All right, so let's pull this back, make sure that we're even tension. Lights are helpful at times, but not when you've got what you're looking at between you and the light. Then you just get a silhouette. I don't think it was hanging more than that, but looks like it's all pulled even. Not seeing anything excessively hanging off. All right, well, trust that we got it right. And there we go. I do have distilled water that if the tap water is an issue, I can swap it out for. I use the distilled water for my CPAP, so I got a gallon or two up here so I can top it off as needed each night. Alrighty. And one. And 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 2, 4, 6, 8. And I screwed up. Okay. I should have done a yellow one instead of a green one. So I am going to finish tying this one off, and I'm going to set it off to the side. Even though it's still through the D-ring, I can put a yellow one in and not have it interfere. There's one that's a loop here. Why is that a loop? Is one end stuck? No. Ah, okay, I see what happened here. When I was pulling on it, I pulled a bit in from the back end. Let me, did I get it pulled back? Looks like I did. Okay, yep. Got it pulled back in through where it should be. And one more, and we should be good. There we go. All right, so this one here is not going to be woven in just yet because, like I said, I screwed up. There we go. Let's roll this up, and all right, so that should be enough there. Yeah, roll up the back end. And no, this is not a disaster. It's a mild annoyance. All right. So all I'm going to do here is I will take this one up and see it's off to the side. I'm just going to set it over here when it's out of the way. And then I can just put in the yellow here. Then I can braid it and weave in the green and then do another yellow after that. Catch up on the chat real quick here. Okay, so if it's squares, you weren't actually, so you're doing it as, individual, not overly long fibers like it would be for plants and whatnot. You're not essentially dealing with individual spools. Okay, so Noel, I can't think today. I am sorry. I'm really failing on my end of the conversation. I apologize for that. Welcome to the stream, Sherry Glick. Nice to see you on. Right, not so good. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, I got in more thin D rings for the people who want to have belts in the future. And I'm pretty sure that Jeff said that he wasn't thinking of using his as a belt, which is one of the reasons why I've got a single D ring here. But let me open this up real quick. So looks like they come in pairs. They also have kind of a flat here as opposed to a round, so that'll work better for the belt. I got to make sure to keep these in a spot I don't lose them. I'm gonna have to set up a couple of plastic totes or something like that where I have all this stuff, so I can just go back and look for it. And oh hey, glad I have a couple more of those. I couldn't find them when I was looking earlier. I only found this one here, but they're all the same, so it's fine. Okay, yellow is next. Only do yellow. And before I forget again, if I do that regularly, I should probably put a towel under there. I apologize. Apparently, I'm still feeling kind of odd today. The way I like to describe it, or the description I've heard that seems to fit, is I don't feel like I'm quite right in my skin. Like I'm just a bit off size for my skin, and not like, too big or too small. Just big in some places that should be small, and small in some places that should be big. Poorly tailored, I guess would say. Probably match a good description. And it's not enough to be like, super unpleasant, just annoyingly uncomfortable. Like minor itching stuff. Which seems to have an effect outside of its actual impact. So, but that's one of the reasons why I'm definitely making something today, as Rob says, so that I can try and have good things happening that I'm enjoying, that I enjoy doing, even if I don't feel like starting them. Because when I'm done, I'm happy for it having started. And I'm looking forward to getting this braid done for Jeff. I think he'll really enjoy it. He's definitely seemed very happy when I've discussed it with him, chatted and whatnot, and heard him talk about it. So the way my brain works, if I'm making something for somebody who likes it, it makes me a lot happier to make it. Well, this one actually seemed to hold up pretty good. There we go. Yeah, nice clean cut. It was not overly separated. Still a little bit, but not as bad as before. All right, so I want to do this in between here, because if I do it on the other side, it's going to have to cross over somewhere, and I don't want to do that. So, though theoretically, I could bring it around on the other side if that happened, but I'd probably have to add another yellow one too. And I'd rather avoid that if I could. And there we go. And there's not one. And not two. And not three. And final one, not four. There we go. Move that back there so you can see the rest of the process. Just gonna go ahead and roll this up real quick. And I'm saying "and" a lot. Looks like I got a little bit of separation going on the other end. Hopefully it's not what I'm seeing is just from it snagging on stuff, clothes and whatnot. Alrighty. There we go. Alright, so yep, it looks like that's what it was. It's just different pullings going on. The tension looks good now. And I think we're at a tie-off spot. One of the things I might also do this weekend is a lot of cleaning, because there's stuff that needs to be organized. My shop stream might actually end up being a cleaning stream, but I'm also going to try and do stuff, so it's not just that. And we go down from behind and up under the bottom, onto the first, over the second. Okay, why is that one not? Caught on some other Thomas that wasn't hanging free. Okay, so over the second, under the third, over the fourth, under the fifth, over the sixth, under the seventh, over the eighth, and had a little bit still stuck in with the rest, under the ninth, and over the 10th. All right, that's just moving some tape that was interfering. That's out of view of the camera. All right, and there we go. Tension's even, everything. Go ahead and pull off the oldest flag, which should be this one. There we go. And let's try this again. All right, so the flag one is the one that hangs off the right side. And this goes behind and under the first, over the second, under the third, over the fourth, under the fifth, over the sixth, under the seventh, over the eighth, under the ninth, over the 10th, and under the 11th. All right, I think I'm going to have to re-roll this end real quick. It's a little short. I mean, a little long, sorry, not short. And I don't want it hanging on the floor because it doesn't keep even tension if it's not adding its weight. Alrighty, there we go. A little bit of off tension here. Let's go ahead and see if I can't pull that smooth. All right, so let's try it this way. 1 fiber, 2 fiber, 3 fiber, 4 fiber. Nope, that wasn't it. And 5, 6, 7, 8. That was number 8. Okay, there we go. Nice and even now. Okay. And now we're ready for another yellow. Let me catch up on the chat real quick here. All right. Hey, Southern Colorado SLP, nice to see you on. Welcome to the stream again. Yep, I'm trying to provide people an idea of how to do the entire thing. The purpose of the water is that when I've been pulling the threads out, once they're past the guide point at the top of the warping frame, and I get the other end tied off, they're kind of like pushing apart from each other due to static, and it makes it a little tougher to like walk things back and have nice clean roll-ups and stuff like that. So I'm doing it for a little bit better on handling. Okay. Well, if you do get a chance to do it, let me know. I have not actually ever really done any proper spinning. I think I've tried somebody's drop spindle for maybe all of 2 minutes. Yep, static, static, static. Yes, I am talking about tying knots with a K-N-O-T. All right. Time for another yellow. Stage on this end, and then stage on the other end. Grab a swig of caffeine before I keep going. There we go. Well, the modafinil keeps me from being sleepy. It definitely doesn't keep me from being, tired or low on energy level. And the caffeine does help with that. All right. This one, I might not have to. Yeah. I can just unknot this one. Because it's already got a very short tail. Yep. There we go. Set that there. And once again, this one is yellow. Right. A couple loops around the finger, make sure I've got consistent grip on it. And they are definitely, I don't know if you can see it on the right screen, but they are definitely staying together a bit better. I mean, there is some difference in hanging, but it's looking less like a static issue because when I loosen up the tension, you can see it pretty much bundles back up together. Alrighty. So I definitely think it is helping. Question is just getting the right level where it knocks off the static that's bothering me, but not so much that it's uncomfortable to handle because it's super wet or something like that. Because I'm sure wet silk and friction can probably result in some very unpleasant friction burns or blisters and things like that from abrasion and whatnot. That's knot 3, and tying knot 4. Canuck. Well, that's Ian. And yes, I know Ian is very proud of being Canadian, and for doing his part to try and help Canada remain relatively free. And that's not a knock on Canada, because I don't think there's any country in the world that you could say is really truly free. We're just kind of differing flavors of trying to get there for the ones that are relatively free. And I'm not an anarchist. I do enjoy a belief in libertarian principles, but that's kind of like a flavor for how I view rights and whatnot. Despite the people who say that, anytime people are working together, it's socialism. I mean, there are times when you do have to do things together, but it's not necessarily the political philosophy of socialism. It's, you could make agreements, work together, take advantage of economies of scale and whatnot. And why did that just pull wrong on my end? I see what's going on there. I pulled unevenly with my left hand, and that's why that one happened that way. It was good when I cut it, so as long as I don't let them slip relative to each other, it should be good when it's brought back under tension again. But yeah, I like, when you're making laws and things like that, I like to have kind of in the back of your mind, how can we impact people the least and have them, rely on government the minimal amount that is practical. rather than, okay, let's go ahead and we can do this, take it over, we'll have more control, we'll be able to control, do things the way we want to, and make sure that, quote unquote, stupid people don't do stupid things. Because if you're a people, and even if you're in government, you're a people, if people can do stupid things, they can do stupid things even if they're government peoples. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this under tension, see how much I actually have an issue, and not. Okay, so do I have 2 flags on this? Oh, I must have picked up one from the where it sits on the Takadai. Yeah, because that's not folded over. All right. So it looks like the tensioning is just fine. I was just having it catch on various things and make it look like it had a tension issue. Okay. And let's go ahead and put Lark's head knot on this one. So after this one, I will be able to do another green. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and set this one up and see where we are. All right, so we're going to drop behind here and come out from under the first and over the second, under the third, over the fourth, under the fifth. And this process, I'll always go under odd numbered ones. So over the sixth, under the seventh, over the eighth, under the ninth, and over the 10th, and under the 11th. So, all right, so under 1, over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, and under 11. Okay, that looks like that's correct. And it looks like it's nice and properly woven in. This end needs a bit of an unroll though. Okay. All right, that looks like it's in a good spot. Pull off the oldest flag, 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. Looks like a nice even weave there. Let me catch up with the chat because it says I've gotten some more. Hey, Ben there, done that. Welcome to the stream. Had a real rough start on the stream here. I had, first when I tried to tie off, I kept losing strings out of it. Had to bring them back up and try and tie them off again. But we're doing better now. I also accidentally did green twice, so I had to do yellow twice, and we're now all caught up and even. So not too bad currently, but it was a bit of a rough start. Yeah, definite improvement on how they look. So I think misting it with water makes it a lot nicer to draw through and handle. So I'll probably be doing that in the future, which means I should make sure to have a towel under so I don't do any damage to the floor, though I think it's got a good finish on it, so it should be fine. And this one here looks like I put it on the wrong pin. There we go. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we have 44 tama done. So we've done 12 in about an hour and 10 minutes. And if we're at 44, we have 56 left to go, which means roughly, I think, 4.5 to 5 hours to finish it off. So may or may not get it done today. Like I said, I've got probably a hard out at 5, but I don't know for certain on that. But we can probably pick it up, so I should be able to get them done this show or this stream. Let me take that off the screen so you guys can see everything again. Okay, so now we are ready to be able to clean again. Stage the tama. Don't forget to do that. The other reason I'm trying to get it done today is I have the pre-staged tama sitting on the stair or raised divider between the edge of the stair and the upstairs, and it's really easy to knock them off there, and I'd like to get them gone so that they don't fall off and wake everybody up if it's in the middle of the night or whatever. You know, when you leave the light off because you have to run downstairs. All right. And you bump them because you couldn't see them. Yeah, that's definitely a lot less static. Might need a bit more. I'll probably run 1 or 2 more and see where we are, but it looks like it's strictly tension differences as opposed to, well, maybe a little bit of static. We'll have to see. First knot. And second knot. I think it's definitely helping with tying the knots because threads don't like push apart from each other as I'm bringing them through the loop on the knot. Definitely makes it easier to tie off. That was definitely going to give me a little bit of time saving there. All right, so that one is ready to go. And let's walk this back. It also feels smoother when I walk the thread back as well. And there we go. There we go. And nice clean cut. I also have to realize that as I'm going along, it's obviously drying out. So probably should have regular reapplications. But as you can see, they're definitely not fighting each other as much. Not pushing each other apart. We are assigning concepts of self to inanimate threads that are actually partially animate due to electron attack. Fight the electrons. Be positive. Yeah, it looks like one of them didn't go through the knot the way it should, but it shouldn't be an issue with a couple more tied off. That will resolve that. 2, no, that was probably 3. And let's try this again. There we go. Just be safe, we'll do 2 more. There. Keep having 1 or 2 slide out as I'm trying to close it up. I have a decently long tail, so it shouldn't be doing that. If you're fighting electrons to be positive, you also have to worry about like A positive blood and O positive and AB negative, and that did not go through with the rest of the knot, so they're hanging out there. I'll do one last one just to make sure everything is in. The last one, and there's not like loose things to get snagged on. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and wrap this one up. And okay, snagged on some other clothes, so yes, this is going past a section where we keep some folded laundry before it gets put away. I could move them, but I'm lazy. There we go. And seems to be a reasonable spot to stop. Let's go ahead and do a lark's head knot. And roll this one up a little bit extra before we weave it through. Let's see if I can do this without. Yep. The without was without dropping it or snagging it. All right, so that looks like it's a reasonable amount there. And let's go ahead and set these in the right spots. Okay. And down behind, get the yellows out of the way, under the first, over the second, under the third, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, and over 12. All right. So that's some of the flags are in the way. Let's go ahead and. Looks like I'm a little bit behind on getting those evened out or cleaned up. All right, so 1, 2, 3 on the green. Let's make sure this is actually the one. Okay, so and probably should like set up a piece of painter's tape that I can like tap my finger to that will pull these off of it. With my luck, it would just pull the whole thing off. All right. And looks relatively even. Let me catch up real quick here on the chats. Alrighty. Yep, that's kind of what I was thinking of, is to try and come up with a way to counteract that. Hey, no worries, I've Chang. Let's see, if you know everything, you realize you know nothing. Or if you know nothing, you realize you can learn everything. Or some philosophical BS like that. Yeah, as we call it, shocky season here at Casa de Torin. The really sad thing is that most of the cats tend to get shocked more than anything else. But it gets kind of annoying when I go to kiss my wife and we get zapped on the lips. We don't want that type of electricity in our relationship. And I'm glad that I'm able to contribute to somebody else's good weekend. Hopefully that will make my weekend go a bit better. All right, so I just did green, so it's time to do yellow. And we'll do a quick mist down. And I originally just kind of set the extra tama over here by the Taka-Dai because I didn't have room to put it on the separation rail of the stairs. It turns out that it actually works pretty well because I can put the other end there as it's set up on the Takadai when I need it. I'm not walking back and forth as much. Excuse me. All right. I'm doing yellow. And while we do have green in here, we do not want to let Papa Nurgle or Uncle Nurgle or whatever take over. It's not too good when you let that happen. Yep, definitely behaving much nicer, pulling through almost no resistance, actually no resistance at all. So yeah. The setup is the modifications I made on the warping frame makes this so much easier and faster to do. A little bit of extra work. I wouldn't even say extra. A little bit of dedicated attention when you're setting it up. And once you've got it ready to go, you reap the savings benefit and the lack of frustration benefit. All right. One more, and I'll be good on this end. Looks like pretty soon I'm going to have to go ahead and cut more painter's tape flags. I have a little while yet, but all right. Flag is on, but there is no foul on this play. Looks like a little bit of twistiness. Let's pull it back. All right, tension looks good now. And it's also making it a little easier to place the magnet. Though I didn't get quite a clean cut on that. It's not too bad. And threads aren't feeling wet at all, too. And I'm probably not going to do it on this one, but I'm thinking of, I think I mentioned this last stream, I'm thinking of having my wife follow me with the camera as I do like one or two complete setups here so people can see all the steps, because I don't currently have enough cameras to display everything. Though I have to think about it. Since I did switch setups, I may have enough USB pathways or channels or whatever that I can plug in another camera to and have them all display on this one. That might be worth it. I have to think about that. Yeah, I don't think I'll try it on this stream, but I might do a test run, see what I get. And let's do one more just to be safe. There we go. And let's roll this puppy up. Used to be a roommate with a drummer for a band. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I think they I want to say Deep Down Trauma Houses, but I don't remember if that was their rename or something along those lines. I hate not being able to trust my memory for some things. Okay, I did put the flag on it. For a second I couldn't see it. It was like, whoops, did I lose my center on this one? All right, so that looks like that's the decent spot to Mark's head one this off. Swig here real quick. Hey, Bane, nice to see you on. We are almost at the halfway point on this setup. Yeah, right. So, let's see. This one goes here. All right. I think we can do this without having to readjust. All right, so we are under the first one. And over 2. Under 3. Over 4. Under 5. Over 6. Under 7. Over 8. Under 9. Over 10. Under 11. And over 12. So get this above and below the flags so that there we go. Bring this one up. And 1, 2, 3. Let's go ahead and take off number 4. It's got a little speck that didn't come off. There we go. And little teeny tiny speck there. Not helped by the fact that apparently I had a larger one on my finger. Let's go ahead and properly get this one off. There we go. Catch up on chat real quick here. And Haley Mouse, definitely my Saturday is improving. All right. I think I already read that one. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Congrats on the knitting. Hope it goes all nice and smoothly. And now that I have a chance to actually see what you said, hopefully Greenhouse works out well. And welcome, Catherine Fraser. Good to see you on again. Hello, hello. All right, so we are doing green next, I believe. Okay. Green, green, green. All right, a couple wraps around the finger. Not too bad. I think my main issue is the fact that I haven't got my cones lined up exactly evenly. There we go. Only going through the leader loop. Nothing's outside it. Oh, and I still do not have an actual address that I know it's safe to send to for Danny for her braids. I'll have to remind her for that. Once I get that, I'll get her sent off. And hopefully she'll have fun showing it on her streams. It's also fun chatting with her when she came on my streams, doing her braid. I'm doing the setup for this one. Why does that have an issue? Okay, looks like everything's going to the right spot. I must have just accidentally been snagging it in one spot with my fingernail. It does feel like there's at least one cone that is not floating as free as it should. All right, let's see. Let's walk these back here. Relatively smooth. So I think it's just a cone issue, not a thread static issue. All right, so folded that the wrong way. It didn't work so well. There we go. Folded sticky side to sticky side. Finish walking this back. Make sure our tension is even. Looks like it is. All right. And there we go. Yeah, let's try. There we go. Nice clean cut. Those scissors are fairly decent, but they're not super sharp, so I gotta make sure they're actually doing a cut to. Okay. And I believe this one here is my actual halfway point one. So when this one is done, I will be at 50 and have 50 left to go. And there we go. First knot is done. Second knot is done. That looks like I have a couple threads that were not pulled as much, so let's see if I can't snug those loops back in. Here's one. And two. And three. 4, 5. Not perfect, but I'm not wanting to take all that much time. Considering I can just do this again. And once more. And we'll call it good. There we go. This is definitely going to be a nice high contrast braid. And I see something that I need to pick up off the floor that I have not been able to find. So I'm going to quickly grab a magnet because I do not want the cat stepping on a needle or worse than that, chewing on it. So magnets are useful for that. I'll put it away properly later, but it's not going to fall off the magnet, so I should be good. And there we go. We'll tie this one off here. Excuse me for the burpee. Drinking soda probably doesn't help, but haven't really had much to eat today, so. And what I did have was not all that healthy. I had French fries coming home from getting my hair done. And that's not the healthiest, but it's also not that many calories overall for half a day. All right, so I'll drop this down behind and then come up from under. So that's 1 over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, and under 13. And yes, this is actually number 50, or 49 and 50 together. Let's go ahead and pull this even and take off the oldest one, which is there we go. I'm thinking maybe I should probably start dropping down to 2 relatively soon, so I don't have quite as much. Actually, let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so we're down to 2 on the bottom. And don't stay stuck to my fingers. Sorry about the cough, folks. There we go. And I'm going to take these all and put them in the garbage. I want to come off my hand as I'm trying to dump it over here too. All right, so I just did a green, so yellow is next. The reason I keep repeating this is because if I don't, I seem to lose track. Sorry, properly putting the garbage bag in the can. The can being a wire mesh one doesn't hold thread too well if there's not a bag inside it. Okay. Close enough for now. And I do apologize if I'm at times too far away from the microphone where you can't hear what I'm saying. Oh, let me catch up. I see something I need to respond to real quick. Welcome, Equality. Thank you for the gifted memberships. That is very kind of you. Let me jump over to the YouTube side real quick so I can read off who was able to receive them. All right, so Catherine Fraser was gifted a membership. Darlene A. Erica Tierbjorn, Chris Vallejo, and Tony P. Thank you very much, and you folks can thank Equality for your memberships. All right, let me switch back to StreamYard and catch up here. Let's see. And as always, welcome to the person with the greatest name on YouTube. Thank you very much, Gwen. Yeah, I know that you should be able to, but when I'm given how my hearing is not all that great for certain sounds, when I'm 15 feet away, crouched down, and my head is facing away from the mic, I always feel like I'm not able to say anything that people can hear, even though I know you guys actually can. All right, so we are ready for, yellow is next. The reason I'm being so focused on which color I'm going to do Equality is earlier today I managed to do green twice in a row. I had to make sure to fix that, so I'm being extra careful. Because apparently, while I am awake, I probably need more sleep overall, or something along those lines. And it might just be a bad attention deficit day or something along those lines. I don't know, but I'm trying to be productive in something I enjoy doing and will be happy when I reach the spot that I want to get to. So if nothing else, even if I don't get anything else done, I feel like I've accomplished something this weekend. Go. And I probably should actually watch one of my streams after I'm done, catch everything, see if there's anything I can improve and whatnot. But when you spend so much time on them, I always thought that, I'd watch them when I was done, when I hear other creators talking about it. And it's like you have a hard time finding the time to watch back through what you've done and listen to it and, have a good critical thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I have to go in to find something specific to clip out, possibly. Oh, that reminds me. Some people who were on Aussie Overload's stream the other morning may have caught this. But apparently, I am getting copyright claimed for the StreamYard default countdown timer music, which should not be the case. And it's always the children's judo competition 2018 draw something or other. And the first 2 times it happened was when I got my initial monetization. They review everything that you've got public on your channel for monetization. So I went ahead and clipped out the countdown timer portion that they said was conflicting with the copyright. A little bit of uneven tension there. Let me go ahead and fix that. All right, there we go. So the what was I going to say? Yeah. So that's the reason I didn't actually start with a countdown timer this stream. I'm going to either try and find a copyright-free one I can get or buy something that I'll have a license for, and use that as a countdown thing. Apparently, a lot of people use Fiverr for this, so I've been considering that. It looks like it's definitely in a price range I should be able to afford. Somewhere it looks like between people offer doing it between roughly $10 and $90, and I'm sure the quality will vary quite a bit based off of what they charge. So I'm having to think about doing some stuff like that. I also should either get some swoop videos uploaded, or maybe make my own. I'm not all that great on video editing, but find some simple sound effects that are copyright free, or some repository that you can buy access to, or something along those lines. All right, that should be reasonably tied off. And let's go ahead and roll this up. And there we go. And we'll roll it back up from the other end and get this one woven in. That'll put us at 52. 48 left to go. And there we go. It's like the right spot to put the lark's in on this end. All right. And oops, let's get one a little too high. Let's unroll that a little bit here. And okay, so under the first and over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, and under 13. A little long on the left, but not too bad. All right, so there's 2. Take off the oldest one here. All right, and let's see real quick here. Catch something on row. Let me email this to myself. All right, attach file, screenshot, and there we go, and send, and now I have it over here. All right, so inbox and refresh. Should be through. There we go. And download to. There we go. Download to downloads. Save. All right, and almost ready. There we go. And almost there. There we go. Yep, that's what I got. So as you can see, it's the World Judo Championship Juniors. And when you go to trim out segment, it's from like 46 seconds to 105 seconds. So yeah, that was really kind of frustrating. And I've went ahead and joined the Facebook StreamYard group, and I did search through. They did have some people having issues with StreamYard stuff being claimed on Facebook, but I hadn't seen anything on YouTube, so I went ahead and posted about that. I figured they should at least be aware so StreamYard could deal with it. But as far as I can tell, it still has not been approved yet, but I'm not going to worry too much if they haven't. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat now. Yep, definitely thinking of something along those lines. And yes, it absolutely should not be copyrighted. Hayden was telling me that apparently there are glitches with the YouTube content system where some channels are getting assigned copyright for stuff they don't have, and clearly they shouldn't have. So, yeah, I think it's kind of a glitch in the system where my stuff, I don't know because the initial whatever, but I know when I got monetized, it told me that I had copyright for this some short little video thing that looked like it was either in Indonesian or that kind of written language that's not like Cambodian or Thai, but a little further west. But I looked at it, and all it was the StreamYard thing. So I said, nope, it's not my stuff. So I don't know if they said it was, and as a result, because they originally said it was some of my stuff, that they keep trying to apply it. Yep, I'm definitely thinking something along those lines. So yeah. Okay. Definitely something to consider. And since I don't have the instructions on screen for most of the setup, probably could do that fairly well. Yep, definitely a lot of stuff I can think about. Oh, and I'm sorry. welcome to the stream, Crazy by Proxy. Alrighty. Let's see. Bring up to current. Ooh, looks like I missed a couple here. And Darlene, that is very kind of you. I definitely appreciate that, and I hope the people that you eventually gift memberships to enjoy it as well. Enjoy it as well. All right. Yeah, I can see how that might be an issue, but thank you very much. Okay, and so I just finished yellow, so 52 done. All right, so we're ready for the green one next. Yep, green one next. But yeah, I had to share the screenshot just because it's so crazy to have copy claim. At least it was claims instead of strikes. And I did just go ahead and trim it out because while I can dispute it, that takes longer. And I know that a lot of creators have said it's a real pain for, by the time they get it disputed, you're not really getting views on the video anymore. So there's no point in, they've stolen the monetization and it's just gone. Though, at my current level, that's about maybe 10 cents. So I'm not horribly annoyed at it. And if it happens again, I probably will dispute the next one. I just have to get the guide from Nick Ricada. I know he's done it on videos, but I don't know which videos off the top of my head. And I'll have to see if he can, maybe post something in his locals so that I know which text I can, copy and paste in where I acknowledge that I am under whatever choice of laws provision they have going on, and the proper dispute process there, because while I don't own the copyright for it, I am licensed through the operation of my StreamYard subscription, as they are the ones that own that content. And whatever, my brain is not doing language as well as I would like today, and I apologize. Right, so I'm still having one cone that's not wanting to unroll freely. And the food my wife is cooking for the church chili cook-off or whatever tonight, smelling really good. And oops, let me got something going through the wrong thing here. One of the threads is not exactly right. Let's go ahead and pull this back out. And even though it's fairly cold outside and the window is open up here, I'm actually kind of warm. I don't know if it's through the exertion or whatnot. And why is that? For some reason, I'm having trouble with this knot where it looks like I get it all the way through except for one thread. Right, that looks right. There we go. That's tied off. I should be good for the rest now. But my goal is to get all 100 tama on the Taka-Dai, so I can do start the braiding streams, or the actual braiding streams, like Tuesday night. I am going to have a members-only shop stream tomorrow. Not sure exactly when. I will try and post it fairly early, but it'll probably be like, starting around 1 or 2 Eastern Daylight Time. Speaking of which, I think it's only a couple of weeks until we switch over to Eastern Standard Time in my time zone. And please insert unhinged, very vocal, very frustrated rant about having to use daylight saving time at all, because I think it's annoying and stupid, and it feels to me like it's just there to show that they can mess with you and make your life unpleasant for the changeover. I can still remember when I was like 7 or 8 years old, living in Billings, Montana, when it was sunny out and I was having fun, and my folks told me it's time to go to bed. And it's like, why? I have a while till bedtime. No, it's your bedtime now. What are you talking about? It's still light out. Well, it started daylight saving time. And my thought was, this is screwed up. This is just something they made up. They want to mess with me. And I have yet to find anything to disabuse me of that notion. When they've said it's for farmers, from my understanding from people who farm with animals and well, not so much crops, but animals, it doesn't matter what you do at the time. It's what the animals want you to do when they want you to do it that controls your time. And change the clocks doesn't help at all. And if it's, well, we don't want it setting so early in the day. Well, in that case, shift the times that people work an hour earlier. They go in an hour earlier, they leave an hour earlier. And it doesn't mess up everybody else. And you don't have this changeover back and forth. Alrighty. Sorry. I meant to imply that rather than actually, flat out state how frustrated I am with it. Thank you for your patience. We will return to your regularly scheduled ASMR braid setup. And I probably should retire the joke about when people mention my voice and possibly doing ASMR streams, that no, I'm not going to lick a microphone. I think the current meta on Twitch has finally progressed past that. So, but the actual quote-unquote ASMR streams that are not just thirst streams disguised as ASMR streams annoy me. So, all right. And let's see. Okay. That's not going to be too long. We should be good with that as is. And under the first, oops, I went down on the wrong side there. Okay, now we can go under the first. And over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, and over 14. It's over 9,000. Yes, these are random thoughts that just pop in my head, and thank you for letting me share them with you. Because sometimes if I don't, they just keep bouncing around, and it's kind of annoying. Alrighty. Let me catch up on chat, see if I missed anything. Yep, definitely 100% behind you there. Oh yeah, that is extremely frustrating, especially from the kids' point too. Yep. Yep, I can see that being the case. Oh, I am so sorry about that, Southern Colorado SLP. Yep. Cats are also pretty good at knowing what time certain things take place. Since I've taken over giving them their gushy food in the evening, they get very upset if I don't have it when they expect it. I'm sorry to hear that. I do have some small hope that there are places like Arizona that dropped it and still have not re-implemented it. So I have some hope that eventually we will get rid of this anachronism. When I first heard about it, they said it was so they could save candle wax. And it's like, we have lights now. And anyway, sorry. I shall stop ranting about it. Okay, so I just finished green. All right, so yellow next. Right, let me move this over a bit. There we go. All right, so yellow is next. I did get one random thread stuck to the painter's tape over here. Let's see if I can get it off. If it's too much of a pain, I can just replace the tape. Okay, there we go. Got that off. And all right, we are about 2 hours in, and what is next? Okay, so there we go. All right, so when this one is done, it'll be 14 on the side, so 28 and 56. We started with 32. So we have done 24 in 2 hours. So it's 12 per hour. And so 56. We have 44 left to go. So 12 per hour. We're looking at about roughly 3.5 hours to finish. Because I'm doing it in my head and not actually counting it. Go. Okay, got that one pulled tight. And 1 or 2 more should finish it. There we go. All right, so that's probably enough. Let's go ahead and walk this one back. And somebody's mowing their lawn nearby. Yeah, that's not a lawnmower, not a weed eater. Or line trimmer. I realize, I think weed eater is a brand. Well, it's not a brand name, but it's a brand model name, if I remember right. And in a related thing, I'm not going to talk about the Eric July trademark drama, except for the fact that given how careful and exacting you need to be able to maintain trademark, and you don't want your trademark diluted into common usage, at which point it can no longer be trademarked. I remember a guy I used to listen to on the radio called Bruce Williams, who did like a consumer financial thing, like how people can deal with, pull that unevenly? I think I did. Let me me see if I can't get the tension even on this and get it pulled straight again. Oops, almost lost the entire, there we go. That's back to where it's supposed to be. Like how do you deal with when this business doesn't want to deal with you fairly, that type of thing. And he would, when people would call in and talk about, something to do with the laundromat, he was very clear. Is this an actual, brand laundromat, or is it just coin-operated laundry? And when people, would complain about him focusing on that, it's like there's a very specific reason. It, deals with trademark, and you can't like mix the two. And I don't know if it's because he had a business that had a trademark, or he was one of those businesses. Give me a second here. Okay, so it's on the uphill side of the knot here. Let's see. Okay. There we go. We are back. But yeah, that was the first instance I ran across where somebody was very explicit about making sure to differentiate between something that was trademarked and something that was like a generic version, and how he was needing to be very precise. So it kind of annoyed me at the time, but as time goes on now, I kind of realize why in general that was being done. And I don't know if it was just he was trying to educate people in general to help keep anybody else from having their trademark diluted into the public domain, essentially. Like Kleenex and Xerox and the like, or whatever. And I don't know if Xerox actually is, but if I remember right, Kleenex is no longer a trademark or something like that. But yeah, there's been a couple of things that, are generic terms. I think Band-Aid is also, I know their packaging says Band-Aid brand, Bandage or whatever, but at some point, I think Coke, they could either do Coke or Coca-Cola, but not both, for maintaining the trademark. And as always, I am not a lawyer. This is mere lay commentary and speculation. If you have a legal issue, see a lawyer. Do not rely on my advice. Your particular case may be very fact-specific, fact-bound issues, and I do not know them, and you should not rely on anything I say for that, because I am not a lawyer, and I cannot give legal advice. At least not legally give legal advice or whatnot. Let's grab a little more caffeine there. And oops, got a piece of tape stuck to my pants as I walked by. All right. And drop from behind and up from the bottom and over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, and over 14. All right. There we go. Weaving, or the basket weave looks proper. Let's go ahead and tear that one off. And let me catch up on chat. Looks like we've had several people make comments. Yeah, I'm not. I would. Summertime is the offset one. I prefer they keep it to where noon is directly overhead, and just adjust the times that we get up and go to sleep to match that. When my sister was living in Boise, Idaho, she had a job at a jewelry store, and when she went to work, it was in the winter. It was dark. When she came home, it was dark. That can get kind of wearing. I'm going to go ahead and bypass a lot of the daylight savings time stuff so I don't start ranting again on it. But I am reading through the chat here. That might be something that I could go for, though I'm not sure how well it would work for on the weekends when my wife are on the same schedule as far as getting up. So I might have to only use it for that. But I've been getting, since I've been on the Pro Vigil, what I try and do is when I first hear my alarm go off, I at least get up, go downstairs, take my morning medicines with the Pro Vigil, and then head back up and nap a little bit until it kicks in and the alarm will actually properly wake me up. Thank you very much, Gwen. I'm really glad with how it's going. Should probably, now that I'm caught up with the chat, get back up and start doing it again. Okay, so green is next. Yeah, pre-stage Artama. I'm definitely making a dent in the rows of pre-stage Tama. And I'm working my way through these. Let's go ahead and mist these down again. Okay. And the water doesn't stay on the floor. Let's give myself a wet sock. Okay. Green being next. I should bring in the magnets from the car. I went ahead and ordered ones that were supposed to be 1.26 inches in diameter, and they were like 1.1 whatever. And so I ordered another one that said they were 1.2 plus or minus 0.02 millimeters, or not 1.26 inches, or 32 millimeters plus or minus 0.02 millimeters. And no, they were the same size as the other ones. My guess is that their supply for the magnets on production had changed, and they really never bothered to update their ads and whatnot on Amazon. So I figure I'll go ahead and keep the other ones. And what I will do is when I make more of the PVC parts for the warping stands, I will base it by the dimensions of what I actually have. So, all right, there's not one. And not two. And not three. And not four. There we go. And all right. I'm thinking, from how I'm feeling, that I may end the stream a little earlier than I was thinking. Maybe only go about 3 hours instead of 4. And then I will have a Saturday morning stream where I finish it off, or Sunday morning stream where I finish it off, and then a Monday, not Monday, a Sunday afternoon shop stream for the members as a member-only stream. So that way I still do the members only, but I can hopefully get a little more rest, sleep, or whatever, recharge somehow to where I'm not feeling as improperly skin-sized as I have been as of late. But I don't know, I might even do a late night stream or later night stream just before Flashcast or something like that. But this will definitely be done with the actual setup this weekend by hook or by crook. I just probably won't do it all on this particular stream. And I will try and have more notification. I realize I set this up less than half an hour before I was supposed to come on, and I was still 5 minutes late. So, and you can discover what unhinged rant I'm going to do on those streams. Yes, I'm aware that my rant, while being very emphatic internally, is not a shouty, screamy, irrational, blah, blah, blah rant, but it's fun to characterize it that way. And it looks like a couple got stuck on the wrong side of the knot on the last one. Let's do one more with everything all together so that we can ignore the fact we made a mistake, or a slight mistake earlier, and go back to the no harm, no foul category. All right, there we go. But I'll see if I can get up to at least 70 something before I stop. That way I'll be well over the 2/3 mark for setup, which 15:30. Yeah, I'm almost at the 2/3 mark now. Okay. It'll also give me a chance to take a few minutes off screen and fix the cone order on the green ones so that I'm not having where they kind of cross over each other and provide a little bit of resistance when I'm drawing the thread out, which hasn't been enough to cause a major problem, but it is a somewhat minor annoyance. Alrighty. And, oh yeah, I needed to set that down there, shorten this one up a little bit because the way I'm placed, I don't have quite enough room to get the green one tied off at a level that I don't have to shorten it back up when I'm doing the initial work on these, or tie off work. Alrighty, so there we go. That's probably a bit too short, but it'll work for now. All right, so under the first and over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10. Hey, you can see how I keep them separated with the middle finger there. Honestly, that's not meant to be offensive. It just happens to be the easiest way to do this so that I keep the threads separated far enough. There we go. I know on earlier streams you couldn't see that. All right, so that was 15. All right, so that's the appropriate spot there. Let's unroll a little bit on this side. Okay, and remove the oldest flag. One of the things I have to be careful when I separate them for the over and under is I don't want to accidentally catch part of the next strand of 12, like only 1 or 2. That's where I pass in between the middle of the thread. It's a pain in the butt when I do that. And all right, okay. Excuse me, a little bit of a dry throat here. Catching up on here. Yep, Gwen is great for stuff like that. It's always nice to see her when she joins the stream. She's usually the first one who chats. Thank you. That is very kind of you. Hey, Eva, nice to see you on. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the comment on the progress. Yep, understood on that. I have been so far. I can do it either way. It just depends on how I set it up. There are some designs where you would want specifically like the darker ones on the top. I mean, for the contrast, and the background being the lighter one on the top, because it's mirror image. So one side is going to look, if you have like numbers or letters or stuff like that, one side's going to look correct. The other side's going to be mirror imaged. There's one extra or two extra of the bottom color or the backside color than there is the top, because we start with like 2 green on here, and at the end we'll end up with 2 green and then an individual yellow and an individual green, where it's only one tom instead of like 2 of them looped over. And it kind of satisfies my mental processing of how I view the design, where when I have a contrast, the color coming out from the bottom is darker, and it's like drawing on paper to that effect. But there's no reason I couldn't do it the other way, if that's what the design calls for. It's just the way I've been doing it. I've been able to do it so far, and like I said, it kind of satisfies my mental processing of how I like to do it. Oh, sorry, big yawn there. I apologize for that. But I hope that explains that it's mostly a personal choice, not a requirement. Yes, it does. I am sorry to hear about having to deal with side effects. I wouldn't be surprised if my not feeling quite right is the fact of the settling in at the new dosage for the Provigil or modafinil, where I'm taking enough that I can, make it through till like early evening before it starts wearing off. But I don't think that's the case. It might just be I'm not just getting enough sleep in general, which would be unsurprising, but I am trying to deal with things so that I can sleep better and sleep proper amounts of time. So what was I? Okay, so I'm not going to worry about that because when I'm done, I'll set at the end. And I just finished green, so it's time for a yellow. And the yellow will put me at 60 Tama setup. And I am probably not actually sleepy or whatever. I think the yawning is probably just mental processing fatigue. I've been focusing on a task for a while, and I get to the point eventually where I got to like get up and stretch and whatnot and not think about it. But since I'm on stream, I can do that when I'm done with the stream. But I have noticed that like when I drive, unless I'm like listening to something else like an audiobook, yep, yellow is next. Yeah, unless I'm listening to an audiobook when I'm driving before I started the modafinil, I could go like about an hour or an hour and a half before I would get really, really sleepy. And it seemed to be that if I concentrated on driving, as opposed to lesser concentration of listening to an audiobook, that the focus would like drain me of wakefulness, or add tiredness or whatever. It would drain me of my being awake counter faster. to where I would need a nap or something like that. So I think now that I've actually got ProVigil where I'm not like I don't get super sleepy. I still have an issue where I kind of like run out of mental processing attention paying energy, and it manifests as like tiredness for me. But that's different and distinct from my general, I sleep 10 hours, I wake up and I'm tired or I'm sleepy. I sleep 3 hours and I wake up and I'm sleepy. And part of the issue I've been having prior to going to the sleep doctor is why should I get a full like 8 or 9 hours reasonable sleep if I feel the same level of crappiness when I wake up after 3 hours. So I am trying to, now that I don't have that, super tired, super sleepy, crappy feeling when I wake up, well, I do until the ProVigil kicks in, that I should work at getting the proper amount of sleep so that in general, my body will function better. I can hopefully lose weight and do other things where I have energy reserves for the energy other than wakefulness that you have. And as I have mentioned a few times to other people, ProVigil has let me realize that being tired and being sleepy are actually two separate feelings, though they are somewhat similar. And I realized that other people probably knew this all the time, but for a while there, I didn't. A while there meaning like, 40 to 50 years. Though the ultra sleepiness kind of really didn't kick in until like my early 20s when I went from where I could no longer drive like for hundreds of miles at a stretch with no issue to where I would like, I'm getting sleepy, I need to pull over and nap. But yeah, moving from Idaho to Pennsylvania back in 2000 is when I realized that listening to an audiobook would allow me to drive for much longer periods of time than I had been able to without getting super sleepy. So, all right, one more knot and we'll roll this one up. There we go. And looks like we got a little bit of static separation. So probably go ahead and mist them again. I don't know if having the window open is making it easier to dry stuff out or not. It did rain overnight last night, and I had a bit of trouble getting to my hair appointment because apparently a creek had overflowed somewhere along the way, and a bunch of roads were closed off, and I had to find a somewhat alternate route. And of course, I slept well enough. I didn't notice any of that rain going on. But the area where the closed off roads was also relatively close to where my wife and I used to have an apartment for like the 2 years after we got married until we were able to buy this place, where at one point it flooded enough that it got up to the basement of our 3-story apartment building we were in, with the base story being just garages, first floor being one set of apartments, the top floor being another set of apartments. So it does not surprise me that a creek would overflow in that general area. Right, so that's going to need a bit more of an unroll here. And let's go behind and up under the bottom and over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, couple of these are all bunched up so they're not hanging as free. Try and unroll a couple of them so they're not all at the same level. Sounds like the wind's really picking up outside. I think that was under 9. Over 10. Under 11. Under 12. Under 13. Over 14. And under 15. And we have hit 60 tama. Our setup. Let's go ahead and get this one to the proper center point and take off the oldest flag for number 3. Oh, I did find another design for Godzilla that I think might be better. I think I mentioned it earlier. This one is a little lower resolution, more stylized, less, quote unquote realistic. And it has a lightning breath weapon blast coming out of its mouth that I think might be more indicative of giving an impression of being Godzilla. So I'm going to try that, see if Jeff likes it. If not, we'll stay with the one we got. Let me go and yep, understood. For me, proper is that I get enough rest and recharge so that when I'm awake the next day, I don't feel like I'm dragging along, and not so much that I'm spending enough time asleep that it's interfering with other stuff I want to do. As long as it's within those 2 ranges, I'll be happy with whatever that winds up being. Hey, Marmar, nice to see you on. Sorry we don't have a cat up here for you, but I'm at a stage where it's not a good idea to have a cat here because they do like to trip you. Okay. Yeah, I definitely understand that. And I'm hoping that whatever they found for you works well for you. Alrighty. And, okay. All right, so I just finished up with yellow, so green is next. And I gotta remember to miss it. And we are about 2.5 hours in, so I'm going to try and get at least another half hour in. And I can definitely see I'm making a big dent in the number of tama I have prepped and ready to go. Oh, that reminds me, after I'm done with this next one, I am going to put up a poll because YouTube has told me, okay, green next. YouTube has told me that I can link my store through my channel, which means, of course, I have to actually set up a store. But I'm also planning over the next week or 2 to go through and see if I have any tama cores that have not been made, so I can start making tama or have some tama to sell and get some other stuff made for the store. Okay, that's not doing too bad. But yeah, the first actual stream for braiding this braid will be Tuesday night. I'll probably start it at 7:30 p.m. Whether that's standard or daylight time, I'm not sure. I'll have to look and see when that kicks in. I'm pretty sure it kicks in late enough that it's around the time for election day, which is coming up in about 2 weeks, if I remember right. Speaking of which, I have tried this entire work week, was there Monday through Friday, to pick up the vacation request form or time off request form so that I could properly submit it for the election. And I have not been able to actually complete that, which is very frustrating for me. I mean, not like super, super frustrating, but I should be able to do that. Why am I not being able to do that? Which I realize is probably something along the lines of attention deficit or executive dysfunction of some type. But I would like to be able to not have that be as much of an issue in my life. But as far as being sleepy, I don't know if I think I've mentioned this on the channel before, and this was probably before my idiopathic hypersomnia properly manifested. But I had a paper route when I was a teenager, like somewhere from 13 or so to 15 or 13. Oh, it was like about 2 years. I think it was before I actually went up in high school. It was like junior high only. So it was probably only about 2 years. Some days it was really rough for me to get up and go out and do the paper route. I had to bicycle to the route, which was about 2 miles roughly from where I lived. So it wasn't all that long on bike. I could do it in like 15 minutes or so. But it's like, 3:30 in the morning or so, or 4 o'clock when I've gotten up to do the paper route. And so I'm bicycling over there, and I'm really tired, and I'm going slow. And suddenly I wake up because I have run into the back end of a parked car on my bicycle. I'd actually fallen asleep. I woke up when I hit it. Fortunately, I was like still upright. I hadn't fallen over, which I'm sure would have happened if I hadn't hit the car. Because I don't think I can sleep bike for very far without either hitting a car or falling over. And I woke up fast enough that I was able to, just kind of put my feet down and not like fall over. But it was kind of a close thing there. Looked at the car, saw that there was like no actual damage. Looks like I got potentially a bit of a tensioning issue here. Let me go ahead and pull this one back, see if it's an actual tensioning issue or if it's just and roll it all the way. That's weird. I missed that one apparently. Alrighty. Or did it That's weird. I pulled it back and it no, it didn't disappear entirely. Oh, okay, that's what happened. It must have broken or something like that. All right. Crap. It looks like I had one thread that either didn't get tied off or broke when I was tying the knot. Come on. Set there. All right, so let's make sure we're pulled even tension. Does explain why it was hanging down so much, because I didn't think it was initially. Okay, so this is the one that's hanging there. And all right. Not going to be able to untie that. There's probably not enough difference that it would make a big deal, so let me go ahead and fix this properly, even though I'm going to lose a little bit of length. All right, so snip there. And don't accidentally cut the leader off. There we go. And to make this a little there we go. To make this a little easier to do, I'm going to miss the ends here. Yeah, actually kind of soak them because there's not a lot of fibers, so if I get anything on them. All right, okay, so looks good tensioning wise for everything else. Hello, dear.
I'm heading out then.
Okay, I've made quite a bit of progress.
Good.
And because they have done so usually, I would like to express the chat's hello to you, because they always do that, and I do pass it along, but I figured I'd pass it along preemptively because I know they're going to say it.
Okay.
Because as a whole, they've been pretty nice people.
Yes, they seem to be.
So, and I'm probably going to stop in about half an hour or so just because I'm having a little trouble with concentration. I'll finish it up like tomorrow morning sometime.
Okay.
But I do expect to be done so I can start braiding by Tuesday's normal stream.
Okay.
I think I've got a decent amount so far.
Yes. I like the colors.
Yep.
Although I look like I'm bruised.
Okay. Well, I don't think your hand's on camera yet, though. If you want to, we can.
Candy apple.
Yep.
Okay.
But I just had like one of the threads break a little bit, so I'm retying it.
Okay.
So, love you, dear.
Love you too.
About when will you be back?
What?
When do you expect to be back?
Between 9 and 10.
Okay. I will make sure and that row gets fed.
Okay. And don't forget to
feed the cats. They're gushy food at 5.
otherwise you will die.
Yep. Love you, dear.
Love you too.
Okay. I think we're good for tensioning now. Let's go ahead and roll this up and make sure that I haven't screwed anything up. And I realize if you're not used to it, having a conversation with the chat when you're not actually able to see what they say is a bit confusing, but I think my wife is a trooper for keeping up her end of that conversation with you folks. And I should probably actually see if she'll watch a stream or two with the chat so she can see what's going on, so she knows a bit more about who the people are who enjoy watching my stuff. All right. Tension looked good. I didn't see anything hanging. Lost about probably 2 inches on that, but I think looks like I have a little bit of unevenness here. That's probably why that one pulled out. Back it up a little bit so that the excess is at the very end of the knot. Or actually, that's not so much that I think that came from. So I probably didn't have to. Well, I did have to snip it, but all right, so let's go ahead and make sure that this is tension is even here, and if it starts to show up, what I can do is I can then at that point unroll it and do like a drop of super glue to keep it tension even. Let me get this set and I will catch up with chat. Alrighty. Set this over here and do a take up on this end. Okay, there we go. That should be enough. That doesn't hit the floor when I'm doing the. All right. Okay, so under 1, over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, over 14, under 15, and over 16. Pull that up. There we go. And take off the oldest flag. And I realized I forgot to do that on the top for the last one, so I'll do that real quick too. And one. Nope, I did it. All right, it just was long enough. It was showing up through a couple others. All right, so let's start squeezing that over a little bit so I got room to do more. Let me catch up on the chat. Okay, so that's a couple of days before the election, so about 2 weeks out. Hey, Kathleen, nice to see you on. I have had some counting and other stuff issues. I've done 2 of the greens in a row when I should have done green, yellow, green. First one off at the start of the stream, I had to like re-pull and retie like 3 times before I could get it right. But not too bad so far. And the lovely Mrs. Torn has just left. Yeah, not having it everywhere. Also, when I was doing IT work in like the early 2000s, when I started like shifting it a bunch of times, it was a pain in the butt because Microsoft server stuff was not really set up for doing that. Changing some of the stuff, they'd been apparently hard coded at one point, and you had to like patch the operating system to be able to do it for a different date. Let me catch up real quick here. It looks like I okay, catching up some more. Thank you, Equality. You have a wonderful day. It's been nice having you with us. And thank you once again for all the gifted memberships. Alrighty. So just did green, time for yellow. Okay. Another thing fell off. Let's see if I can do it this time without screwing up my knots and my tension. Oops, this one has a little bit of an old braid on it. Let's go ahead and cut this off. Oh, and in case anybody was wondering, once I get this off, and toss that in the garbage. My t-shirt is actually the Wildlife Wrestling Federation. Again, talking about trademark, hailing back to the time that the World Wildlife Fund and World Wrestling Federation had a trademark conflict. Speaking of which, I should probably take a picture of that and post it in Ricada's local chat. I'm sure somebody there would find it amusing. Okay, so the tama are pre-staged. I'm doing yellow. And make sure I got all of them around the fingers so that I don't lose a thread. All right. The yellow has actually been behaving really well this stream. So, and I forgot the pull I was going to do, so I'll do it after this one. Since we have a reasonable amount of people watching today. So that we can't unwind while I'm tying the knot. Otherwise, it will get a little inconvenient, especially when I'm pulling the knot snug. And 2. And 3. And oops, missed that. Nope, that looks good. Just felt it. I hate when I do that. I went to pull on something to make it snug, and it yanked the tama right off where it was and threw it to the floor, which is annoying. Annoying AF. Right, so I had a little bit of tension and unevenness. These are a bit twisted. I'm not sure why. But let's go ahead and walk it back, make sure I got good pull on the tension. And I'm also getting to the point where I need to cut some more flags. So I will probably combine putting up the pole and cutting the flags together. All right. Definitely feeling some twist around here for some reason, but it looks like I have gotten it nice and even now. All right, the magnet is on. The cut has been done. Relatively clean cut. And there we go. And I lost my train of thought again. There was something else I was going to discuss, but I don't remember for certain. And all right, those are even, okay. All right, let's try this again. Wrap around through the hole. Make sure I'm holding them even. Pull it snug. Okay, don't have too much of a tail on it. That's one. We have 3 more to go, minimum. 2. 3. And 4. There we go. Yeah, I know I need to do the poll. And I did mention the posting a picture of my t-shirt front on Makeda's local, but I'm not remembering anything else that I was going to specifically talk about. So if it pops up in my brain again, I will try and catch it at that point. I do think that once I get this lark's head done, before I do anything else, before I do anything else, I'm going to give it a quick, that's a bit uneven in tension. All right, so yeah, I think that was just from the general twistiness. All right, so I'm gonna see if I can't walk this little bit back further. All right. At least so it's not an issue until I get closer to the end where I can fix it with a dot of super glue. But I'm not gonna do it now because if I do the super glue, I've got to let it harden before I can re-roll it. All right, so let's see. Let's pull on these individual threads, see which one cleans it up. All right, well, okay, I got it pulled even now, or pulled up to the point where it should keep the tension even. And let's roll it back up. But I'm thinking some of the tension issues are due to the fact that apparently this is drying out a little faster than I'm applying the water to. All right. Maybe I should just get a continuous mister, keep that area humidified. I seem to have cocoaed the cap on that. I might go ahead and explain that joke in my locals because I'm not sure I want to give a full explanation on YouTube. Not that it's a violation of anything on YouTube's terms of service. Though I do know we are in potential spicy time now. But it's more that I don't want to admit to what that joke is in public. It's an embarrassment thing. But I don't really mind the regulars here. No, I just don't want it memorialized outside of this environment. All right, so tension's still a little off on this, but I think I'll be okay. Again, it's relatively easy to fix the tension issues that come up. It's just a matter of unrolling, applying a little bit of super glue, and then re-rolling. Okay, and yeah, I don't know if you folks can see, but there's a little bit of like wraparound. Wonder if I should get like a little comb so I can, when I walk back, I can like keep the threads all separate. So if they're twisty around, I can fix that. I'll have to think about that. Okay, so all right. Okay, so that needs to be, yeah, that's there. All right, so under the first and over 2 and under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, over 14, under 15, and over 16. All right, let's bring this up a little bit. There we go. And take off the oldest flag. All right, make sure I'm only holding on to that one and not part of the next one over when I do this. Makes it much cleaner. Okay, and let's take that little teeny bit of painter's tape that popped off and wanted to stick. Okay. Alrighty. So we are at a 64 count. All right, and we catch up on the chats. I will definitely pass along your folks' greeting to my lovely wife when she gets home this evening. I'm sure she will appreciate that comment. Yes, she is. She can also be very snarky too when the time fits. Though her mother has said that if she ever gets a divorce from me, she's stapling me to her because I'm better for her than Thorazine. Ooh, hey, Wolfblades Alpha, nice to see you on. I'm not sure I know what that is, though I can probably copy and paste that into a translation thing, but it's good to see you on. Welcome to the stream. All right, so let me go ahead and get that poll put on. Though now that my wife has left, I might actually stay and do the whole setup here. Depends on if I wake up or not some more. All right. Ooh. It looks like I missed a whole bunch of stuff for some reason. Let me catch up with that again. Let's see. That's something I can get behind. I'm trying to remember what that was. I'm sure I can watch back and catch it again. Let's see. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Kathleen. It's good to know. Congrats. I hope it works out well. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, the shirt I've got is actually from Michael Williamson. I picked it up at Penzic. So if you do make another Penzic, you can definitely get one for yourself. The shirt's kind of nice, reasonable quality, and the price isn't too expensive. All right, let me get the poll set up. Let's see. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. I have caps lock on. Lost a couple of watchers according to YouTube, and they came back. So it's probably YouTube screwing up their stuff. Oh, and thank you everybody for the likes. It looks like we have 30 likes with 20 concurrent viewers. That's always nice to have more likes than you have concurrent viewers, because that way when people drop in and out, they leave their like, and that helps the channel. All right, so did I get my brain? Oh, now it corrected the dip in viewership. Come on, brain function here. Enough room for questions here. Okay, all right, I think I got that okay. All right, poll is up. And I haven't checked in with Rumble for a while. I apologize. That looks like we got 4 people watching. Hello, Rumble peeps. If you do ask questions, I will do my best to answer them. So up to you. Okay, and back to StreamYard. And that's always nice when you're recognized as a master in your field. Okay. And let me put the keyboard out of the way so that it doesn't fall to the floor and kick everybody off the stream. All right, so I just finished up with a yellow, so time for green on the next. Okay, let's trim the excess off this one here. Oh, looks like I can just work the knot out. That would probably be nicer. Nope. Still actually got a knot in it. All right, so I think I will go ahead and explain the cocoa joke and what I mean when I say I've cocoaed the lid on something with the proper link so you can see the comic in question that it's based off of in my locals, and I will be doing it as a members only. And just to be aware, I believe I have set my locals membership to either $1 or $1.99 a month. It's the lowest setting I can go for. All right, so green is next. We are doing the green. Okay. I will look as I pass just to confirm. Yep, green is next. All right. Still feeling a little dry, but it doesn't look like got a lot of static issues on this one. It's just a cone not wanting to unroll properly. All right, let's tape on there so it doesn't go flying. And go. So this evening, after I'm off stream, I'm going to try and get the Godzilla redrawn in a way that looks a little less third grade art level and more stylized icon or silhouette art thing for Jeff's approval. That one's a little short on there. Hopefully the other knots keep it undoing. Looks like a single thread might be a little on the short side for the knot, but I think the first, or yeah, okay, that's better. The first couple of knots look like they tied properly. Just got to pulled out, so I have enough for one final one, and then we should be all on the right side of the knot and not on the wrong side of the knot. How many times can I say not in a not sentence? How much wood could woodchuck chuck if woodchuck could chuck wood? The usual answer to that question is 3 quarts a day. Because you do have to put in a time factor. Otherwise, you're got to base it off the lifetime of the woodchuck. Oh, that was the other thing I needed to do. I needed to cut more tape flags. This is the last tape flag I have that's cut so that I can keep on. All right, there we go. And all right, tension looks good. I don't see any individual threads hanging loose in the bundle. Let's pull this back and there we go. And trim. Okay, tension looks good. Let's go ahead and get this one tied off and rolled up. And there we go. Oops, did I pull something loose? I don't think so. Let's go ahead and pull this through far enough that we can make sure our tension is good. Do not split it. All right. Okay. Can I talk to myself so much that nobody knows what it is I am doing? Yes, I can. But that's impolite. So I was just making sure that I hadn't messed up on the tensioning before starting the knot, because I seem to be having issues with tensioning, which is probably why I should stop the setup fairly soon and at least get, some rest and time not concentrating specifically on the setup, because I seem to be having quality issues that develop over time. And unfortunately, I don't have statistics I can attach to this, so I cannot use statistical process control to tell when my production is out of control. That was one of the things I had to deal with when I was in the quality department at my previous employer, is we had to figure out the critical dimensions that we needed to keep in control so that we wouldn't have a bunch of production where parts were out of tolerance for the final thing. And because you cannot 100% sort and still maintain statistical process controls, meaning that if you try and measure every single part for your critical dimensions on all of them, you will have more errors than if you take a statistically determined sample size and check those to find out if you are making mistakes or not. Which seems counterintuitive until you have to sort like 5 or 10,000 parts. You eventually get to the point where you just cannot maintain 100% sort quality. All right. And my tension looks good from this. Bad language, bad language, bad language. I know I'm in spicy time, but it is kind of impolite to just start saying F repeatedly. All right, let's get this rolled up. And okay, that's about the right length to put the large set in. Yes, I'm getting a little grumpy with myself. But not with you, chat. You folks have been wonderful, polite, entertaining, engaging, nice people. And with the occasional exception from Bane having a bit of fun, you guys don't really troll me. That was kind of funny one time. Nick Ricada keeps getting told that he would not have anywhere near the problems he has with StreamYards if instead of StreamYard he would just use OBS. And I was trying out OBS before I switched over to StreamYard. And OBS has a lot of controls you can do, which is very useful if you need those abilities. But if you're just trying to do basic streaming, it gets a bit confusing, and it's hard to tell what you need to do to get a decent stream going. And I'd gotten to the point where I could do that at least somewhat, or at least reasonably start up a stream using OBS and not the browser-based YouTube Studio client. And I was having some issues that were not being resolved. Bane was trying to help me troubleshoot them a little bit. And then he said, if you would stream with OBS, you wouldn't have these problems. And I told Nick about that, that I was having problems with OBS. And somebody told me I wouldn't have those problems if I used OBS. And he found it extremely funny. So anyway, I'm rambling. I apologize. Why is this? Okay, remember when I was saying that you got to be careful not to go through another one? It looks like I actually did wind up going through part of another. So let's drop that there. I don't know if you folks can see this, but all right, so right here, I have actually passed it through over 11, but through one of another one. So got to separate that out. There we go. Now I can, let's go ahead and even that out. Okay, so under the first, over the second, and under the third, over the fourth, and okay, so under first, over second, under third, over fourth, okay, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, over 14, under 15, over 16, and under 17. There we go. And we'll bring that one even. Okay, let's see. All right, there we go. And there we go. Let me catch up with chat, see if anybody has anything to say. Oh, and I should probably also, let's see. Did I? Okay, there we go. Okay, so it looks like some people might go for it. I'll leave that up till the end of the stream just to double check. And I realize not everybody is going to be interested in something like that. But okay, catching up here. All right, I think I'm where I stopped off last time. Okay. All right, you have a good evening, Eva, and understood that this is not necessarily a not necessarily something everything is going to be interested in. All right, but understand that the you're okay with you think the price is reasonable even if it's not something you're going to be using or will want to buy. Understood. Yeah, I can understand that. Also understandable. I appreciate that. Oh, yeah. Though I have found that if I use USPS rates, that Canada is not entirely unreasonable shipping it that way. Yep. One thing I might consider doing is having the machine plastic parts done. That would be a much less expensive shipping there. And then people could, like, the wood frame is not hard to make. So that's something that they could do as well. Thank you, Southern Colorado SPL. I appreciate the not minding that. Absolutely. I'm doing 12 just because it's it gives me the size I want for these. If I wanted to do a much tinier braid, kind of finer detail, I would probably do less. If I wanted to do like a nice, heavy, thick braid, but I still want it to be silk, I would do more threads. It's just that 12 seems to give me what I consider a reasonable size for what it is that I'm wanting to do. Probably. Sorry if I'm not leaving them up on screen long enough for people to read them there, but yep, I've seen some of those. That would also be something that I would do for Gwendolyn, where if I wanted to have different visual texturing, I could use 20 or so on some tama to give them nice thick, and then like maybe 5 or 10 on other ones. So, alrighty. Hey, Chris Schultz, nice to see you on the stream. Alrighty, so we are about 3.5 hours in, and let's see. I just 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. Am I not counting right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Did I? I see what happened here. I have 2 tama doubled up. All right, so let me make sure these are all on separate pins. All right, and make sure that they're not twisted around. Okay. All right, so yeah, that's a single one. Okay, so I have 17, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, so I have 64. I have 66 tama done, so I am 2/3 the way through. So I have done, I went from 32 to 66, so I did 34 tama in 3.5 hours, or a little less than 3.5 hours. So I am doing roughly 10 tama an hour. So I'm definitely not getting done in 4 hours total. So I don't know if it's just because I'm slowing down, but I'm definitely trying to get closer, get above 70. So I'm going to do a couple more. And all right, so just did green, so yellow is next. So yeah, I will finish off tomorrow morning. But let me do a couple more, so it'll definitely be done in about 2 to 3 hours on that stream. Though it'll probably take a little less time because I did waste a fair amount of time where I couldn't like tie them off properly. All right, so and so it doesn't dry out too much. Go. I'm thinking maybe when I'm ready for the next one, I will mist it up very heavily, like an hour or so before I start, just so it has a chance to get the moisture to diffuse through, and then regularly mist on top of that. Came off pretty easy, but once I stopped moving, kind of separated. I'm thinking that might be due to resistance as opposed to static. So, and 1, and two. I was thinking more a little bit about the comb so that I didn't have it be like twisty around. I don't think I would do that for everyone, especially since it's they're so thin. It's a little difficult to easily set it up on the comb to where there's like one thread between each tine on the comb or tooth on the comb. Tines on forks, so I guess teeth on combs. All right, so that one. Right, so that one I have a pulled through a bit from the other side of that knot. So let's see. Let's do a nice loop here so that I can see which one is. It's behaving weirdly. Give me a second. I'm going to see if I can't resolve it. Okay, so that one. That's not it. This one, not it. This one, not it. This one, that one's it. All right. And don't trap the ends, so it's out. Okay. And wonderful. It's twisty, tension, weird thingy going on here. All right, let's put this back. All right, tension's looking good now. Right. And doesn't seem to be continuing to twist. That's good. Let's set the length properly here. All right, there we go. And work our way back. Yeah, I don't know why this one is like that, but pull it like that, they at least all kind of fall back in place. And there we go. And clean cut. Pass this on through. And I've got evenness issues, so let's walk this back. And I just realized I don't have a center point on here because I forgot to cut more. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm going to sit down. I am going to take this out of the center. Wait, it's snagged around the tripod. All right, so I'm going to take this out of the center. I'm going to clip it onto the green screen so it doesn't get lost or tangled. And then I am going to grab the painter's tape and the painter's tape scissors and cut more flags. All right, did I take the oldest one off? All right, so yep, I did there. All right, so that's good there. My memory seems to be having issues, and I just threw that on the floor. Give me a second here. Let's see if I can reach through without knocking anything else on the floor. And yes, I'm being a little frustrated with myself. My brain meats are not working at 100% today. But I am feeling much more comfortable in my own skin today. Or as of now. It's not quite so bad as it was earlier. I'm feeling more like it. I'm wearing the right-sized, properly tailored skin for my meat suit. I realize the terms I'm using are probably not the best terms to use, but that's the way my brain is going today. And it's good as is. And let's go ahead and cut that. And all right, so I get the flags done. I will then re-walk it and put the flag on at the appropriate point, then walk it the rest of the way, and then feed it back through. And then I should be good to tie it off. And there we go. All right, so I'll just go ahead and do a couple more since I have the tape already off. So back here. And once I get the yellow on, I will then catch up with Chad at that point. Speaking of brain meats and the like, the theme song Pinky and the Brain, one of them's a genius, the other is insane. I have seen the fan theory that for that song, the one that is the genius is actually Pinky, and the one that's insane is the brain, because the brain's plans almost never work anywhere close to the way he wants them to, but when Pinky works on them, they seem to work. Or Pinky does stuff that seems to be okay, and that Pinky is there to keep the brain occupied and relatively harmless. Okay, so I'm going to leave that. No, I need to detach that here. And I am holding on to a tama when I need to have a piece of painter's tape in my hand. All right, so tension looks good. I'm walking back to the halfway point. All right, now I can put a flag on here. Now that I have a flag, now I will walk back and make sure that my tension is even. All right, so it's looking good there. All right. Now I can fix my mistake and feed this through here. And all right, so I will do a 10 a.m. Braiding stream or setup stream tomorrow morning. And I should have, based on the numbers I'm doing now, I should have somewhere between 2 to 3 hours, and I will have the setup done. And then I will schedule a Sunday afternoon shop stream where I will be probably a combination of cleaning and working on projects in the garage, using the new AC/heat pump, probably in heater mode, so that I will be comfortable out there. And I will be working on projects and cleaning it up. It will be a members only shop stream. And thanks to eQuality, we have about 25 members or more at this point. So hopefully everybody who's on here will be able to see that if they would like to. I will also, of course, keep them up. So if you ever do get a membership down the road, you can go back and watch it if you would like. All right, so that's tied off there. Let's go ahead and, oops, cut on the floor under the corner. There we go. All right. And it looks like the tension is good. We have the flag at the halfway point. Disaster has been averted. Woohoo! And I think I'm just babbling on free association for a lot of stuff here, which is probably a good sign that I should end the stream relatively soon. And while I am not sleepy, I am probably getting close to what would be considered slap happy. Oh, and apparently, from what I have heard, I think that StreamYard is limited to like 12 hours on the stream, which is why I was shortchanged on my stream. It may not be StreamYard, it might be YouTube. So apparently if I do streams that are going to be 12 hours or longer, I should probably have them as multiple streams and like switch from one stream to the next. I see Aussie Overlord do regularly. Though he doesn't keep, he's not doing long streams, but he has several different stream themes together where he does like one stream, then ends that theme and goes on to the next theme as a different stream. All right, so under 1, over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over, I hold on to one thread of that I shouldn't have, over 12, under 13, over 14, under 15, over 16, and under 17. There we go. Let's go ahead and leave that in line. And we'll pull off the oldest flag. We'll catch up with the chat and then do the next one because I do want to get at least over 70, so I know I only have 30 or less to do. All right. And hey, rbauer25, nice to see you on. Not sure I've seen your username on this channel before. If this is your first stream on here, welcome, welcome. We're catching it live, but I'm pretty sure I've seen or heard your username on other streams. So, and yep, I know the stats are off from that. I am catching up, but I'm also starting to slow down a little bit. Why, thank you very much, Chris. I hope you enjoy the whole stream. You get to see me kind of frustrated at the beginning there. Yeah, lucky dog there. That probably is a good chunk of that. I've had French fries, and I had one soda that had sugar because the place I got it did not have any diet ones available. So yeah, that'll probably help a lot. Thank you. It's nice to know that I am not the aggro. Why, thank you, Marmar. Yep. All right. So green is next. And the number of tama I have waiting to be set up are definitely decreasing. And I've actually used up a good chunk of this spray bottle. All right, and let's make sure my sock is nice and wet to save for any potential damage. Though, again, I think the finish is decent enough that it's not going to be an issue, but it might as well be extra safe rather than potentially sorry, even if it's only a very small chance, when there is no downside other than, a slight bit of discomfort for doing what I'm doing. Be better safe than sorry. You really do need to look at potential downsides of what you're doing to be safe, because the quote-unquote safe might have a lot of lost opportunity cost, where the sorry may not be that much, and it's... Okay, I am getting too ranty on that, so I'm going to go ahead and drop off with that commentary. Otherwise, I'm likely to start getting into things like don't just stand there, do something, when a lot of cases it should be don't just do something, stand there. Standing there will do less damage than doing anything. Because sometimes you really do have to just stand there because it's the least worst option. So I'm not going to get into that rant, but that was where my brain was going. And I know it's not helping my weight, but pizza sounds nice today. Oh, that's another thing that's annoying me as of late. Let me almost got it tied off here. There we go. Plenty of knots. And stage length set. Not so much pizza, but I have an elliptical that was fairly expensive that's in my living room that I got for my wife and I to use. Admittedly, it was before she got her weight loss surgery, but it was like, trying to do it. And when I did my Biggest Loser weight loss thing, I lost a lot of my weight burning calories on an elliptical, or actually it was a treadmill. The elliptical should be better, so that's part of the reason I got the elliptical as opposed to a treadmill. Because I do have a treadmill up here that we really should just toss out. We haven't used it in a great many years, and it's not that great of a treadmill anyway, but we figured the elliptical, getting one new would be useful. And I've at times used it where I would be on it for about an hour at a time, and that did help with my weight loss. So the other day I was on it, and my roommate was having a bad migraine day and said, you need to oil it. But the thing is a month or two prior to that, I had noticed that it was making noises, and the lubrication, which is not oil, it's kind of like a petroleum jelly type grease lubrication for the wheels on the, it uses, it's got round steel rods for the, over here. It's got basically round metal pipe that has roller wheels designed to fit over round pipe for the feet to go back and forth on. And you use a little bit of the grease to lubricate that to kind of keep the noise down. It doesn't do a whole lot because, if there's like any dirt or whatever, it kind of cakes up and you have to scrape the little buildup off and then reapply some more of it. But, and it doesn't really have anything for you to do for oiling any bearings or stuff like that. I think it uses like sealed bearings. So oiling them really doesn't help all that much. But it still makes squeaky noises. And I came to realize that what's going on is that the way the elliptical is set up, it has actually a couple of interconnected pieces that can flex relative to each other. And when I'm using it, that results in the floor squeaking as pressure is put on in different spots as I go through the cycle. So the elliptical itself could be completely silent, and it still makes the squeaky noise that drives my roommate crazy. And I'm trying to figure out a good way to deal with that. And, I could move it. If I move it upstairs, it'll make the noise worse because then it'll echo through the house. If I put it in the basement ceiling is a bit low, and I gain about somewhere around 1 foot to 1.5 feet of height using it when I'm on the foot pedal things. So that really isn't a good option there with moving it into the basement, though I might have to do something like that, see if there's like a specific spot I can go. But it's probably not going to work. And I don't really have room for it in the garage. So my thought is if I get some sort of kind of semi-rigid sheeting that I can put underneath it, at least under the portions that have the independently flexing parts, so that it gives a consistent pressure on the floor and doesn't have like individual boards moving up and down making the squeaking noise. That might be a good option, but I'm not sure what I can get for that would not be ridiculously expensive, because I could get like a 1/2-inch sheet of polypro or something like that doesn't flex very easily, and isn't going to erode or decay. All right, so it's under 3 and over 4. Let me just make that. Yep, that's right there. Okay, over 4 and under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, over 14, and oops, make sure I got the under 15, over 16, under 17, and over 18. There we go. So yeah, I would like to be able to use the elliptical more, especially now that I'm no longer so sleepy that I can actually exercise a reasonable amount. All right, so I think this one's going to need a little bit of a roll up, and the resistance is getting to the level that this is not actually. Do not let it form a knot. Do not let it form a knot. Open it up and move the tama through the other direction so it is completely on. There we go. All right, so it is getting enough resistance from where it's at that, let's see. Looks like we've got a little bit of tension issue here. So I'm going to unroll it more and then re-roll it entirely. All right. Okay, so It's all the way unrolled. It looks good for the tension. So I might have had a bit of unevenness rolling out the first time. So anyway, my thinking on this is I got to find something that I know will work for that's stiff enough for whatever thickness I get to resist bending on its own and just transferring the independent motion of the parts of the elliptical where it's not really benefiting anything. All right. And yeah, I think I'll still leave 2 flags on just so it's easier to make sure that I'm keeping them even. And there we go. All right. But yeah, finding something that's rigid enough that is not ridiculously expensive at the thickness I need to keep it from flexing. So, all right, catching up on chat here real quick. Well, welcome back, Ashley. I don't think I'm going to get this finished tonight. I'm just about ready to stop. I seem to be having enough issues with concentration that I should take a break, because I'm definitely not going to get the remaining 30 or so done before it's ridiculously late for this stream. Hey, welcome back, Eva. I could theoretically give you mine, except for the fact that I don't dislike you enough to give it to you. It's not that good. Yeah, I'm thinking about that. It would have to be a relatively thick piece, I'm thinking, or at least 3/4 inch ply. But yeah, that might be stiff enough, especially if I maybe glue and screw on some like 2x4 rigidizers on the outer edges. I don't know. Yeah, that is the problem. There are people outside. Okay. All right. So yellow is next. The other thing is I've finished off my soda, so my throat's drying out. All right. So let's see. All right. I think if I do this one, I'll be at 72. I'll have to double check my count when I'm done. But if it is 72, I will probably go ahead and stop at that point. I don't want to have a quote-unquote super short stream. All right. A couple wraps around the finger just to make sure I got all of them. Nothing pulls loose. And I can just back right up, and it doesn't have any resistance. So that one's going good. Also give me an opportunity to fix the ordering on the green so that I don't have the issue I've been having with resistance from like 1 or 2 cones. So it has gotten better for the 2 I adjusted at the start of this stream. Needs a couple more, I think, before there's nothing like cutting across each other. Providing like extra resistance as the threads rub up against each other as they're going in the different guide through points. I'm sorry, it's spicy time. My brain is going there. But as I said that, I was thinking, wrong hole, wrong hole. And in addition to the time where that would be the theoretically appropriate response, is the other thing you don't want to hear in those types of situations is left turn, left turn. Yeah, my brain is going in really random free association mode. I can see it happening, but it's... All right, So if I'm at 72 at the end, when I'm done with this one, I will go ahead and end the stream in the poll. Thank you, wonderful people. And then I'm going to take a break and have some food, work on a few other things like the redrawing of the Godzilla. Whoops. And I can hold a little extra on a couple of those. So looks like it's good on this end, and I'll even it up before I do the next one on that. All right, so I've got a stylus pen for my Surface Book 2, which will hopefully make it easier to draw the correct or a reasonable look for Godzilla. If that works out, then I will submit that to Jeff through DM, see if he likes the new version. If not, I have the old version saved on a different computer than the one I will be doing the sketching on. And yay. But I will probably have, based off of my normal braiding speed, at least 2 streams, unless I have really long ones, before I get to the point where we have to make a hard and fast decision on which version of the Godzilla to use. All right, I also need to go on my locals and post the story of Coco, who screws down bottle caps way too hard, where they're a pain in the butt to try and remove. And the link to the comic that made my wife use that term whenever I over-tighten a cap, because apparently doing the braiding and machining and other stuff like that and deburring has given me fairly decent grip strength. As in, I can tighten lids tighter than I can get them off without using something like a grippy of rubber or something like that, because otherwise it's too rough on my hands. Though, strangely enough, it's not too rough to tighten it that tight. And all right, tension looks good on here. And there we go. Roll it back up to the other end. All right, that looks good for the arc set on this end. All right. There we go. And down from behind and up under 1, over 2, under 3, over 4, under 5, over 6, under 7, over 8, under 9, over 10, under 11, over 12, under 13, over 14, under 15, over 16, under 17, and over 18. All right, so 18 and 18 is 36, times 2 is 72. So I'm at 72. I am almost 3/4 of the way set up. And all right, so 72 minus 32 is 40. So I'm still doing, even next hour here, I'm roughly doing 10 tama an hour. So it's taking me about 12 minutes or so per, 12 minutes or so per set of 2 tama. Alrighty. So yeah, I should be roughly 2.5 hours to or less to finish the setup. I think we're doing good there. Let me catch up on the chat, see if there's anything I need to answer, and then I will be able to end the stream. Again, we're going to do the next one at 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning, Eastern Daylight Time. Yeah, Daylight Time. All right. Hello to the Rumble peeps. I see that there's only 2 people watching there. Nobody's chatted. All right, that's good. All right, so let me go ahead and end the poll. And let's see. All right, so 50% yes, 30% no, maybe, but not for that price, 20%, and maybe, but will you finish the wood better? I think I'd run out of space for that one, which is the intention to do there, so I was considering that as a potential yes. All right, so at least it looks like it's probably worth it to make a couple of prototypes for sale and see if people like them. All right, let me switch back to StreamYard here. And let me see. Okay, cut up to where I left off last. Upright freezer on 1-inch piltwood. Okay. Okay, catching up real quick here. Yep, that's kind of where my brain's been going for the last little bit here. You have a good one, Kathleen, though I'm assuming you're headed out already. Okay, Southern Colorado, SLP, that sounds pretty good. Browning beef potatoes in the pot, that definitely sounds good. I have absolutely no idea. I think we might call this the free association stream. That sounds excellent. We have brisket in the sous vide, which I think will be ready for dinner tomorrow. It's been in for about a day and a half. Thank you very much, Gwen. I feel great about the progress. Let's see. May not be in the right time zone. Oh, no worries, Eva. I will also have an afternoon stream. Let's see. Though I see you are not a member yet, I will also try and do shop streams that are not members only. Let's see. What was it? Oops, sorry. I think that's everything here. Let's see. Nobody else responded on Rumble yet. Okay, we're good there. So, alrighty, we will start again tomorrow morning, and then members stream in the evening, probably starting about maybe 3 or 4 p.m. Not sure on that. Catch up on a couple more comments there. And that also sounds great. Everything sounds great. I should decide on something that's not too horribly fattening and go with that. And it's about 5:22 my time zone, so it's a good time to eat. So thank you, everybody. It's been a wonderful stream, even though I have been somewhat frustrated at times. You folks have made it much nicer for me. And well, I am hoping chat interactivity seems to be an indicator, and it looks like you don't actually have to be in here when they're gifted to have a chance at them. So feel free to speak up, and hopefully that'll happen again. Most of them have been gifted by equality, so hopefully that you will be able to get one soon and then be able to catch the other one. So, alrighty, and I think that's everything. So, as always, stay safe and happy braiding. And hopefully I'll have some intros and trailers ready for the channel fairly soon.